Alright, well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Me is a fucking moron who lost all of his save data. So yeah, we're not starting back from square one. I'll at least give me that. Right, I played about 4.5 hours into the game, although Pokédex says 47. That's total seen, not total caught. So I'll update that in just a moment. And to give you all kind of an idea of where I'm at here in this new save file, here's a look at the team. Guard Maiden, Judge Dredd, Kasha, and Alberta. Well, okay, Alberta now, not Albert. As I was getting my starter, the first one that had contrary for the ability was in fact a female, and I was like, well, I'm not going to reset because why should I? But yeah, major difference is, I mean, obviously the natures are going to be different. EVs, IVs are going to be different. Guard Maiden's ability is different. I do wish that I had Trace, but oh well. I really could not find a female Ralts with Trace to save my life. I now have... Oh yeah, I have Hidden Power again. And I have to determine what all these hidden powers are again, because those will be different too. So, hooray. I do have my first gym badge, so yeah, that is a thing. But I have not dealt with Team Plasma since, you can tell, because my bottom screen is still just that generic pink. As far as Pokédex goes, though, second time was the charm, and I do have the national dex now, so I won't have to worry about doing that later. It is kind of ironic. So, first of all, I will still have this catch counter on screen, and then I'll just verify it at the end of the episode. I will still try to update that basically in real time. I have caught, I want to say, most of the Pokemon on Routes 1 and 2, and all but one of the ones in the Dream Yard. Also, why are you so excited, Snowy? This is making me feel a little bit nervous. So yeah, that's where I am, levels, all of that. So next thing I do have to do, hello Normans. So I will also say that originally I was not intending to stream this again until I caught up to the previous point that I was at. Snowy and Normans, you two ended up being the only two that I gave the informal survey to last week because there was one other guy in chat, but he had not been around for the majority or any of this series thus far, so I'm not going to say his opinion didn't matter, but his opinion was basically, you know, not, I wouldn't say relevant, but, you know, it was not a data point that really needed to be considered, because any point that I'd be starting at would be a new starting point for him. But so Snowy wanted me to do catch-up stream on stream, you know, a catch-up stream. Normans basically said, no, you can do Ace Attorney, although Normans was a little less forceful about it. So what it basically came down to was I decided that if Dawning was well enough, I would do Ace Attorney tonight, because I know that Dawning likes to do the voice for Trucy, and, you know, it's probably better for me to not repeat stuff that I've already done. But you know what? As it stands, Dawning does not seem to be well. I have not heard from her since yesterday afternoon, so we're here. This way Dawning is not missing out on any opportunity to do some Trucying. Anyway, Snowy, that is indeed exciting news. Generally speaking, when they announce new series or reboots, I tend to get a little skeptical because of, well, the track record on those isn't so great, but if the original creators are involved, that does tend to be better. Like, that does tend to lead to lend some credibility to new series or spin-offs or reboots or what have you. Anyway, there's probably going to be a heck of a lot less commentary on the game itself, considering the fact that I've already played this to this point and beyond. I do intend to at least try to keep the team relatively consistent, so, again, I'm not using a new starter, I'm not using any team members that I had not up to this point. Since I knew what to expect from the gym battle, I will admit it was a little easier. And yes, Snowy, you have reached a 7-stream streak, because I remember 2 streams ago you were at a 5-stream streak, and I know you were here this past Monday, so congrats on the 7-stream streak. Let's see if you can keep that streak alive, at least through next week and my trip to Tokyo, huh? Anyway, I won't be trying out my hidden powers in battle. With trainers, I will be doing as much damage as I feel like I can do. No, look, Snowy, I fully get being enthusiastic about a new series coming out in one of your, I mean, in this case, it happens to be your favorite franchise. Oh, really? That means Hidden Power has more power than Psybeam. That's interesting. So Guard Maiden's I mean, it's neutral on Psychic. I probably should switch in... Yeah. We'll switch in, I do have another battle after this, so Guard Maiden getting hypnotized was not my most brilliantest move. Congrats on the 3-stream streak, Normand. Alright. So that should be, I think, this one, yes, defeated. And the next one, if memory serves, only has 1 Pokemon. But yeah, no, trainer battles in this game are much more difficult than the... Oh, no, she still has 3. Oof. And poor Guard Maiden's asleep. Wakey, wakey? Well, that ain't good. Alright, fine. Pokemon. To Judge Dredd. I don't remember if during my initial run-through of this game I leveled up the monkey sufficiently prior to the gym battle. But I actually did have Water Pulse this time, and like I said, it was much easier. Cacnea with Water Absorb. That's pleasant. Take this, you poltroon. The water type That defeated the grass type. And here comes that coffin again. Attack with water pulse. And it's done. Man, oh man, this Judge Dredd seems better than the previous Judge Dredd. Just in terms of stuff getting KO'd. That hardens a pain, but I think Dredd's gonna be able to handle it. Nope. Well, yes, only because this Plasma Grunt's an idiot. Like, if this Plasma Grunt did basically any damage to Judge Dredd, Judge Dredd would have gone bye-bye a go-go. Alright, yes, Nightmare Plasma. And this cutscene, make with the Dream Mist, knock it off. Just gonna skip through this because we've seen this before, and Getchus was all over the place, and I really don't care. And there's Musharna. Hello, Anatros. I don't know. Also, just for your information, because I know you weren't around for the beginning of this series, this is actually my second time doing this, because I lost my initial save data when I tried to import the national decks, because I am an idiot. So I had originally gotten in my first playthrough of the game all the way past the second gym and part of the way through Pinwheel Forest. Blaze Black is a fan-made game. It does follow the exact same story as Black and White. The main things that are different is that trainer battles are more challenging, and all 649 Pokemon are catchable in the, well, obtainable in the game without needing trading, without needing, without needing other games. So I'm not going to say you can catch all of them because you can't, but you certainly can obtain all 649, which is why you've got that caught counter over there. Speaking of catching all 649, I did also do something else. Good evening, you must be NG. I've received a mystery gift for you, here you go. It's the Liberty Pass. Thank God that worked. But yeah, no. So I also ported that in, which is good because that's the only way to get Victini into the game. Alright, so what was I gonna do? Well, so the one Pokemon that I haven't caught from the Dream Yard yet is Nidoran Male. And yes, there's a little bit of hacking here, or hexing, well, patching here, shall we say. Spinda, no, I caught that already. The problem was when I originally tried to get the national decks in was when I lost my save data because, like I said, I am an idiot. Oh, I should say regular Pokemon that I've caught. Like the Shaking Grass Pokemon, I have not obtained yet, which is one of the reasons why I'm only at 30, but I do want to catch a slightly higher level Audino this time, just because I'm not going to say that I'm going to consider using it, but well, it is what it is. the team really doesn't need to be trained up too much. Level 14, level 15 is reasonably good for right now. But yeah, no, I find it sad because I'd figured out what type hidden powers my Panpour, my Snivy, and my Ralts had in my previous file, right? Ralts had ground, Panpour had flying, and okay, technically I hadn't 100% confirmed, but Snivy was basically guaranteed to have dragon. Keep a Pokemon home of your own doing. I mean, look. What you do with your own stuff and your own equipment is no business of mine. But alright, I don't know if I'm going to get Nidoran mail here, and I would like to do a little bit more catching up. Like, so I'm not doing this as I have to catch all of the Pokemon on a given route before I move on. Take some of the mystery out of what Pokemon stats are. Snowy, the problem is I have to use my spin wheel for the Bulbagarden channel. Although, to be fair, Chaos Crystal is over. And while there will be wheel spins for my Ultra Sun playthrough, first of all, that's not starting until I get back from Tokyo. Well, technically, I get back from Los Angeles after I get back from Tokyo. That's gonna be different wheel, because I'm gonna need a lot of different wheels from that for a lot of different customization. So, yeah, I think for right now, we're gonna give up on Nidoran mail. We're just gonna go to Fennel's house and do what I've gotta do there, even though what she's gonna do is pointless. But maybe I can have a Wheel of Pain on this channel. I might tweak it a bit, depending on what works for this one. So, Anatros, you have not been on the Bulbagarden channel in a while, at least to my knowledge. I had a really stupid idea for Ultra Sun. My stupid idea for Ultra Sun is that basically I let RNG decide what my team is. And by that I mean, for example, when I'm selecting my starter, I spin a wheel that's 33.33333% Rowlet, 33.33333% Tepig, or not Tepig, Litten, and then 33.33333% Popplio. And so I do that, and then I have to spin a wheel that's for gender, right? Even though starters are 50% male, or sorry, they're 7-to-1 or 8-to-1 odds being male versus female, the gender wheel is going to be 50-50. And then the big one is the shiny wheel, where I spin and figure out if the Pokemon that I'm catching has to be shiny, which is going to be fun. Now, there will be like a species clause or a evolutionary line clause, so if I catch a Pikipek, I won't have to catch a Picky Peck or a Trumbeak or a Toucanon on a future route. Oh, right. I've got the Hoojama Whatchamajiggets. And this guy's gonna actually let me through now. And there's a Balm Mushroom there. Now, the shiny wheel won't be, 50-50 odds. The shiny wheel is going to be a little more reasonable. I think Caps and I settled on it being 25% chance. No, not 25%. 1 in 25 chance. Yeah, no, not 25%. That would be asinine. Alright, got a person over here. I mean, factor in, so hopefully I won't have to start with a shiny female starter. Or a shiny starter at all, but... It probably won't, Anatros. Yes, Normans, this is the restart. Well, I didn't restart, I actually played the save file through a bit just to make sure everything was working properly. But yes, if this is looking familiar to you, it is because I have in fact already done this before. Not to. Let's try Hidden Power. So I know Hidden Power is neutral on Psychic, which means I really shouldn't have used it on a normal type, but... It's neutral on Flying also. It does a decent amount, so I'll keep doing it. Yeah, no, this is good. But yeah, Snowy, you're not necessarily wrong about needing a Wheel of Pain on this channel. I'll consider it as an addition once I get back from Tokyo. There may be, or probably will be, things that I'm going to change about it compared to what I had on the Bulba Garden channel, but it's to be expected. You ass! There was no reason to do that 2 turns in a row unless you cheated and knew that I would be changing Pokemon. In prison. Oh no. Got a D100 of pain. Most of the pain part is made of solid steel. Oh, good! Yeah, no, don't drop that on yourself. Do you even have any damaging moves? Okay, there we go, Sign Beam. Wake up, stupid head! Alberta, if you faint, this is on you. Oh good, you're confused. I don't want to... You know what? Yeah, we'll swap in Judge Dredd. Why not? Let me guess. Yawn. No, Psybeam. Okay, that actually made sense. Let's try your Hidden Power. I know I said I wouldn't be testing these in trainer battles, but... That feels like it wasn't very effective, but I also have to remember... Monkey stupidly weak. Like, I still have no love for the monkeys. Oh god, she's got another? Well, Torrent's not gonna do you any good. But it does do me some good that I wasn't out with Starly when this Ralts came out. Good, good. Alright, I miscounted Pokemon. But that's fine. I can just go here. Talk to you. I mean, monkeys should always get stored in the PC box. They suck. I think in this game they don't suck. So the other thing to note, Anatros, is that in addition to making the game, you know, more difficult and making all Pokemon obtainable, there are some changes to Pokemon typing, Pokemon level up moves, Pokemon stats, and so forth. So, for example, Snivy will eventually evolve into a Grass Dragon Superior. Don't pick on the monkeys. The monkeys deserve all of the criticism that they get. The game does come with documentation about... Well, okay, so keep in mind, Anat, this is very much a fan game, right? What I'm playing, Blaze Black. It's Pokemon Black, but like with reskin and you know, better stuff. To be fair, Snowy, I'll take the definition of dragon similar to how I take the definition of steel and grass. Right? So steel I take to mean that it's not just literally steel, it's any type of metal. And grass, sure as shit, isn't just grass, it's all types of plants. So dragon I'll just basically take as a reptile type. I don't know that off the top of my head, Anatros. There, like I said, there is documentation that came with the game. I played this years ago, so whatever version I think I was playing at that point in time, long since outdated, right? So they've made some changes since then. So the reason that it didn't get that in the base game, Anatros, actually does make a little bit of sense. Ah, Leaf Tornado, finally. The reason that it doesn't get it, the Water Dragon typing, at least its regular form, right? Regular... Now, I don't know why they didn't give Mega Gyarados Water Dragon. That was kind of stupid. But in Gen 1, the only thing that it would have been weak to is Dragon. The only Dragon move what existed that did damage was Dragon Rage. So it literally would have had no weakness in Gen 1. Not to mention its special stat was... You know, it was its special attack and special defense in Gen 1, so... Anatros, I've given my opinion on Mega Evolutions quite a bit recently. You haven't been around for it, though, so I'll mention it again. I fucking hate Mega Evolutions. I really, really do. The concept is really just absolute trash. Alright. Snivy evolves at level 6, or level 17. So what I'm going to do... So I'm going to rush to the Dream Yard real quick. No! Anatros, dual typing existed in Gen 1. Do you have any idea how many grass poison types there were? Or normal flying? Or Charizard being fire flying? Or the entire Bulbasaur family being grass poison? Since Gen 1? That's dual typing has been around since Gen 1. In point of fact, I'm still pretty sure there were... Well, I haven't actually done the number crunching on this, but I think that there are more Pokemon in Gen 1 with dual typing than don't have dual typing. Oh no, it's the Orb of Confusion! Have I tried your hidden power? On a psychic type? I don't remember if I did. Alright, so I think all of the hidden powers are neutral to psychic. Which doesn't narrow it down much. Okay, here's the funny fact, Snowy. That lore basically only existed starting in Gen 7, not Gen 6. So as much as I hate Mega Evolution, it's Alola's fault that those Dex entries exist. Get rid of Leer. Alright, now that Albert is so much higher level than everyone else, I would not know Anatros. First of all, Rogue Megas canonically should not be possible. I don't know what fucking bullshit they pull to get that to happen. But basically everything I've seen and know about Z-A, which I am skipping because Kalos is a trash region. Yes, I said it. It's nothing new to people who have watched certainly nothing new to the people who watched my forced Pokemon Y playthrough. But no, Kalos is trash. I had no desire to go there in the first place. I have no desire to go there again. Anatros, if you're here, you don't care about Z-A spoilers, so just fire away. I literally do not give a shit. This is something where I literally could not care any less about this pathetic game. And again, most people are well aware of my opinion on Kalos and my opinion of Z-A. My further opinion is, I'm pretty sure it's canonical that AZ can't die, and I'm pretty sure it's canonical that Lysander died. So, when Pokemon ignores its own canon... Snowy, the fact that you have to say top 7 when there's only 9 tells me everything I need to know. It means that it's your 7th favorite region, which means that there's only 2 regions that you consider worse. So top 7 means that it's in the bottom 3. Honestly, I don't blame you if Kanto is below Kalos. I have nostalgia for Kanto, but I do at least acknowledge that the one region that would have been objectively worse than Kalos for a Legends game would have been Kanto. Sinnoh is a fantastic region. Hisui basically is Sinnoh, so... What do you mean wing attack is disabled? The Eiffel Tower is alive with a weapon. No, first of all, Lysander should have remained dead. Because he did fucking die in X and Y. And... that sounds so fucking dumb, Anatros. Like, that is so fucking dumb. Time travel with Zygarde saved him. Bullshit! Since when has fucking Zygarde been able to time travel? Celebi can do it. Dialga can do it. Zygarde's just a piece of shit. It never even got its own game. That's how bad it is. You can't start tacking on power. Like, you can't start tacking on bullshit powers to something that has never had them before in an attempt to try to create a stupid-ass plot for a stupid-ass game that you shouldn't have had in the first place. Sinnoh's a good region, Snowy, but that's where you and I differ. Oh, I know, Anatros. I know that AZ dies. That's also unacceptable. Because the guy is canonically immortal. Anatros, when I say I don't give a fuck, I mean that I don't give a fuck. I think Dawning shared that information with me. Not on stream, though. No Judge Dredd, no lick. Kalos is not a good... Like, Kalos is a very poor region. There was nothing in previous canon about him being linked to the tower. In point of fact, his whole fucking story did not take place in... What the hell was it? Lumio City. It took place in what? Geosenge Town? Whatever the hell that place is called with the ultimate weapon? Yes, I know immortality and invulnerability are two separate things. Superman is invulnerable, except to kryptonite, but not immortal. AZ is fucking immortal. Guy lived for 3,000 years. And, like, barely aged. Like, really didn't age. When 3,000 years old you reach, look as good you will not. Here comes Charon. You see, Paldea's not a bad region. Paldea's actually quite a good-looking region, it's just that the game itself really was designed poor, and it really was designed poorly. whenever Pokemon goes back to decent games, and by that I mean, like, main series, like, they really need to stop with the frickin' open world nonsense. Pokemon is not, nor should it be, compatible with the open world idea. It was a good experiment, but it failed. Anatros, that's absolutely BS. His creation was the ultimate weapon. That's what he was trying to use to bring his Floette back to life. And no, Lumiose Tower is abso-fucking-lutely not alive. Whatever the hell shit they did in Z-A, I don't give a fuck if it's the actual creators of the franchise that said. Nothing that happened in there sounds like canon to me. Like, that sounds like someone took a shit and decided that it should be a Pokemon game. Which, no, that's just a bad idea. I don't know who thought that was a good idea, but that's Z-A to me. And that's a strong opinion, I admit it. But if you're saying that the main plot points of that game are, ooh, spooky inanimate tower is alive! No. 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 Bullshit and nonsense. I mean, Legends Arceus was okay. Legends Arceus also loaded properly, for the most part. Holy crap! That's convenient. Okay, super effective against... I wasn't paying attention if it was super effective against the rock. Damn it. But super effective against fire is useful. And its speed went up. I still doubt that it's going to be faster than the evolved Servine. And I was wrong. But alright, Alberta's hidden power is rock, ground, or water. No, all of Paldea's problems come down to the open world. And I'll give you my reasoning on that. The open world was what they were investing so much time in, and basically all of the bugs and problems and visual shit with the game and loading problems and all of that happened were either because of the open world, or were because they spent so much time working on the open world that they didn't have the time to fix these problems. But yeah, no. The biggest thing that I've said about Pokemon, at least from Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl to Scarlet Violet, is I don't understand the development and release schedule. Like, okay, Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl were released in November, what was it, 22? Yeah, I think it was November 22. and was the first series that I streamed for this channel that was an actual playthrough series. Was it 21 or 22? I don't actually remember. Regardless, the fact that Z-A was released literally the following, I think it was January, or not Z, like the fact that Legends Arceus was released the following the following January never made any sense to me. Okay, not very effective against electric. So yeah, Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl came out in November of 21. So God, I've been doing this for a while. Okay, so not weak to electric means it could be steel, it could be electric, it could be flying. And then January or February of 22 then would have been when... Ooh, I'm almost out of balls. That's a problem. Was when Legends Arceus came out. And I don't understand why. Like, that never made any sense to me. Ooh. Like, it should have been released, if you ask me, in that same time slot, right? November of 22. But that's when Scarlet Violet came out. And I don't, like, Snowy isn't wrong. Scarlet Violet needed at least another year to cook. And they were the ones who rushed their own damn development with that by releasing, you know, Legends Arceus way too early. And, you know, while Legends Arceus runs pretty well, it could have stood another 6 months or so to get rid of some of the graphical problems that it had. Like, all of those Pokemon running up trees, or, you know, or somehow a Alpha Rapidash that I got in a distortion spinning its head around 360 degrees like in The Exorcist. Legends Arceus is great, Anatros. Legends Arceus is hands down the best Switch-era Pokemon game there is. And it continues to be so because Z-A starts the Switch 2 era. And I'm not getting a Switch 2. I'm sticking with that gun. I don't know entirely why I'm sticking to that gun, but I'm sticking to that gun. Alright, down to 104 Pokebucks. Can't rob me of my money if I have no money. But yeah, the bottom line is, Legends Arceus could have used some more time in development. Not a ton, right? Less than a year would have been fine. And Scarlet Violet abso-frickin-lutely needed a ton more time in development. No questions. So okay, Guard Maiden has the flying type hidden power this time. That's kind of amusing. I'm not sure about that, Anatros. Because what is it, that Poke whatever game that you play as the disguised Ditto? That's only coming at, like, okay, technically someone with a Switch 1 can play it, but only if someone with a Switch 2 is actually the main player in the game. They can't have their own game, they can't have their own save file, as I understand it. Now, I'm still not running to get myself a Switch 2, even though, you know, I'll be in Tokyo. First of all, it's not going to be any less expensive in Tokyo than it would be here. Second of all, I forgot what my second of all point was. I honestly don't remember. If you're saying that the 3DS games felt polished, Snowy, no. X and Y felt rushed. Sun and Moon literally were rushed, which is why we ended up with Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. And Oros... Okay, maybe that feels semi-complete, but, like, also not really, because they put in the Hujima Whatsits for the... I don't remember if I added Mareep or not. I don't think I did. The Battle Frontier, but didn't actually put the Battle Frontier in there. Also, I disagree, Anatros. I'd say Black 2, White 2 are the last of the polished games that we've had. Certainly they are some of the ones with the most content, period. Like, you take a look, hey, Sam, it's going alright. No, Snowy, Gold, Silver were not... Like, they were doing third versions at the time. Gold, Silver weren't rushed. Gold, Silver just came out and... You know, they decided that they wanted to make a third version for more money. Which, you could argue, Ultra Sun... But no. Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon were basically a third version after Pokemon decided they were no longer doing third versions. But yeah, no, Gen 1 and 2 were not incredibly well polished. They were still good games. Like, I just finished my Crystal playthrough for Bulba Garden. I quite enjoyed it. But one cannot claim that they're perfect. Like, Pokemon really, really hit its stride starting around Emerald version. And Emerald through Black to White 2, was everything perfect? No. The transition from the Game Boy to the, or specifically the Game Boy Advance, to the DS was rough. Like, Diamond Pearl, a lot of technical problems, a lot of lag, a lot of this, a lot of that. Still solid games. I like Sinnoh. I know, Snowy, you don't like Sinnoh. That's fine. Everyone has their own opinions. I have very strong opinions. So, Diamond Pearl were slow. Platinum was faster. And Heart Gold, Soul Silver, I don't think have the same problems as the Sinnoh games. Gen 7 is fine, Snowy. Well, I don't mean to make it sound like I'm shitting on the Alola games. I really don't mind the Alola games. Gen 6, if you ask me, is irredeemable. And then this new Kalos bullshit that they put in just now also sucks. Alright, so I can switch Garden Maiden out. You know what? We'll have Garden Maiden just take this thing out. Okay, or not. Yeah, the biggest problem with the Alola games is how slow they start. I'll definitely agree with that, Sam. They're not far and away they are not the best Pokemon game, but they're also very far from the worst. Worst being X and Y, and Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire being slightly above them. And I know my opinion on Oros is not exactly popular, but I can't help what my opinion is, and I played through both very recently. No, Gen 6 is just absolutely irredeemable. Just want to be grumpy with Kalos. No, I was playing through them, and I found many problems that are, in fact, big problems. I was trying to be objective and found a few things that it did correctly, or at least better than its predecessors. The biggest one being adding in experience for catching Pokemon. Oh, hey, Tailo. I meant to switch Guard Maiden out of the front. Darn it! I am an idiot. But I do need to try to catch this Tailo. But Kalos is a boring region full of boring characters, full of boring Pokemon. Like, I'm trying to think of a Gen 6 Pokemon that I actually give a fuck about. Barbicle? Does people even fucking remember that Barbicle exists? Oh, Hawlucha. Hawlucha is okay. Well, it was before they gave it a really fucking stupid Mega Evolution. But honestly, like, I barely remember Gen 6 Pokemon because there's not a ton of them, and most of them kind of just suck or are very bland. Also, Gen 6 does in fact contain my literal least favorite Pokemon, Aromatisse, so that's not doing it any favors. Fennekin. Fennekin is just another generic fox. Alright. So I know Hidden Power is super effective on fire. If it's super effective here, it'll be ground. It's ground. So I'll find it really funny if my Pokemon just switched who has what Hidden Power, because Guard Maiden had ground type in the first playthrough. Judge Dredd had flying type in the first playthrough, and Albert had pretty sure dragon type in the first playthrough. Snowy, I'm not a fox. Ooh, Abra. I found a bra, ladies and gentlemen. There is a bra here. Let's try to catch this bra in a Great Ball. I don't think I succeeded in catching one of these last time, and I'm not going to this time. That kind of sucks, but oh well. Oh, wait, never mind. It knows things other than teleport. Finnegan looks like a chihuahua. Hi, chihuahua. And there's the teleport. Well, I failed to catch the bra. I cannot cadabra. Mud bomb. Monkey around, you silly little creature. I am trying to find new Pokemon to catch, by the way. This isn't just me screwing around and trying to level up. It's a new route. This is a catch-em-all run. But I'm just finding stuff that I've already found. Alright, so your hidden power is neutral to psychic, neutral to water, neutral to electricity. That's amusing. It may end up being dragon type again. Would my wife like me to dab in a bra? She might find it amusing. I don't know if she would want me to... You know what? That's a good question. I can go ask her. Hey, wife, Twitch chat has a question. No, this doesn't randomize types, Sam. But Hidden Power has random types. Right? Hidden Power's gimmick has been it can be any type except normal. That's why I'm trying to test out their Hidden Power types. It's got nothing to do with, like, Judge Dredd's still a water... Now, it does add some types to some Pokemon. Maybe changes some types here and there. Right? For example, like I said earlier, Serperior is going to be a Grass Dragon type. But the types aren't random. They're just, you know, they're still fixed types. Anyway, I actually am tempted to go ask my wife if I should go dab in a bra. Chat, do you think this is a good idea or a bad idea? This is probably a horrible idea. I mean, I suppose it could be a horrible idea, but I could still be here for it. That does tend to be why I do what I do. Oh, my wife look, my wife definitely has a sense of humor. Like, she married me. My wife definitely has a sense of humor. I got Lotad already. It's neutral on water, so let's see. If it's flying again, I'm gonna be annoyed, although that wouldn't have been neutral on an electric. Halo I caught already. Oof. Alright. Judge Dredd's gonna get a bit of a break. We'll put Kasha in the front. We'll take this item from Lillipup. No, not give. Take. Great ball! Excellent! Alright, you know what? Why the name because Panpour, or not Panpour, Simipour has dreadlocks. As far as basically all of my Pokemon names, I have not nicknamed Pokemon on... Well, okay, I nicknamed Kasha because I always nickname my... Ever since Brilliant Diamond, which was a flying-type playthrough that I did, in memory of my late pet Cockatiel, nicknamed Kasha, or not nicknamed, named Kasha. I've nicknamed my Starly and Starly family Pokemon Kasha. But, you know, I generally do not nickname my own Pokemon anymore. Even Guard Maiden, which was technically one that I came up with the nickname, like, that's still, I want to say, HT14 came up with that for Legends Arceus, and it kind of just stuck as my generic nickname for Gardevoir technically, but the Ralts line. Anyway, I have decided that I will go ask my wife if the Twitch chat wants to know if she wants me to dab in a bra. I'm actually curious to see what her reaction is going to be. This doesn't affect any of you, mind you. Except that I'll tell you what her reaction is. But I'm going to be right back. I want to do this because also I need more tea, but also because I think this is going to be funny. Well, I have an answer. She looked at me for a good, 10 seconds and said, "What the hell's the matter with all of you?" Then she remarked how I must be a bad influence on Twitch chat and gave me a bra. So apparently I'm a bad influence on you, not the other way around. Maybe, Sam. Maybe. No, I think the weirdest thing... Anatra, she didn't just want me to do it. I did it. She said, if you're gonna ask the question, you're damn well gonna do it. I think the weirdest thing that I ever asked her, Sam, was if she would marry me. Somehow she said yes to that. I still, to date, have not figured out how or why. But I told you she has a sense of humor. Oops. Anyway, back to business. This is why I should never have to do redo streams like this, because I get bored and start thinking about random stupid shit, and then get distracted by the well, okay, let's be fair. I get distracted by random stupid shit even during non-repeat streams. That's why my Ace Attorney streams take so fucking long for me to get anything done. Though I surprised myself this past Monday. I finished the investigation and the first part of the trial. Vengeance will be mine against that hat man, though. It's been a long time coming for my revenge against him. Good news is, I will actually get to enact my revenge against the Hat Man before I go off to Tokyo, because I do get one more week of streaming in before I'm off. So I'm not going to end that on a well, I might end that on a cliffhanger, but Hat Man will certainly finally be dead. God knows he's deserved it. Technically, so did Zelda, but I feel like the Zelda games kind of frown on the idea of you killing the main heroine, although she's not really a heroine. Not if she kidnaps redheads. So, Anatros, I will be taking off, heading for Japan. Actually, you too, Sam, because I don't know if you know this. I will be taking off for Tokyo a week from Friday. I'm heading to Japan for the IREX convention, which is the largest robotics and automation trade show in the world. I am super excited. Like, I am not conveying just how excited I am about this. I am like 2025 so far has been absolute ass. But like this will end the year on a fantastic note. Yes, Sinatras, just after Thanksgiving. I said a week from Friday because not everyone celebrates Thanksgiving, so, you know, I know we do in the US, but, like, for most of the world, it's just another Friday. But yeah, this does mean that I get to have a nice Thanksgiving dinner with my parents and my brother. I think my sister's actually going to be in Israel, but then the following morning I head out for Japan, and I'll be there for about 10 days. And it's incredibly exciting. Then I get waylaid and have to spend a work week in Los Angeles, so it's still going to be a little while between when I leave Japan and when I actually get home. But yeah, so after next week, basically, so I won't be streaming on Sunday because I finished Crystal and I don't really feel like starting a new series immediately before having to take off, plus I want the day off anyway. I'm actually using it to get some shit done. Like, my little sister is far more of a global traveler than I am because she went to school in Israel, and then she and her husband tend to get dragged around the planet by her in-laws. So she knows about things like eSIMs and stuff like that, whereas I think the last time that I traveled internationally was 15, 16 years ago, and we were the best way to actually have a phone was to get the international Nokia phones, or at least Israel had those Nokia brick phones that they gave you as temporary phones while you were So I don't know any of this stuff because I'm old and I haven't been internationally traveling in quite some time. Oh, hey, this is going to be autumn now. Kasha doesn't actually need to be in the front anymore, but we'll try to catch this one. So yeah, my sister's going to help me out with that on Sunday. Apparently that only costs about $25 compared to $100 for my carrier's international plan or something. I don't know. Like I said, my little sister knows all about this stuff. So I'll just let her show me what to do and take care of that. And then I'm going to have to figure, like, a couple of other things that I'm doing is figuring out some ways to get some souvenir money. So I've already sold some of my Lego. On Sunday, I will be donating plasma. Well, technically not donating because I'll be getting some cash for it, but not that I'm particularly short on funds, but I want, like, while I'm there, it's not just myself that I'll be getting souvenirs for, obviously. But I'll also be getting for my wife, I'll also be getting for my parents, my two siblings, my brother-in-law, right, the immediate fam. Because, as it so happens, when I do finally make it back home to Chicago, it's going to be right before Hanukkah. So that is really great timing. So this is my year to be the Hanukkah king. And I'm not going to squander it. I really do need to move Kasha from the front. And Lillipup has another item. Yeah, no, like, everything about this trip is perfect. From the actual content of the trip itself. So, as an added bonus, I'll also be getting to go to Company HQ and taking a tour of their brand new headquarter building that we just went into, I want to say last year. So it's a brand new facility. I'll get to see manufacturing and R&D, which is like astounding and really interesting to me. And, you know, I'll also have some time to do a little touristy stuff after IREX is over. Like, I've got full day Sunday immediately after IREX and a good chunk of the following Monday. So, it's going to be fantastic. I am again, I am underselling how excited I am for this. And I know that seems difficult to believe considering how excited, but like, when I found out that this was actually going to happen, I was so psyched. Like, this was still in the middle of a work day. I was so psyched that I basically spent the rest of the day at the office and then at home late, vibrating in excitement. My wife may or may not have taken advantage of that vibration later on. Anyway, what was I saying? Like, I don't think I've actually commented on the game in quite some time, because, again, I've technically done this before. By the by, well, no, I feel like that's unfair now that I've started playing this playthrough here. I was debating whether or not I should also try to because I'm probably not going to catch up to where I was in this game as of my stream last week. But at this point, I'm streaming this save file, so I'll just stream it, and unless I really need to do level grinding, I won't stream any of it off, or I won't play any of it off stream anymore. Probably. Ground is a very interesting hidden power for Snivy to have. Or Surfline, technically. That's the confusing one, right? Yeah. The whack. Alberta hurt herself in confusion. I am aware, like, Anatros, the main reason, or more accurately, the only reason that I actually messed up and lost my save file is because I was trying to do something, right? I was trying to import the National Dex and the Liberty ticket into my other save file. Now that that's done, I mean, I'll use save states and I'll use, you know, I'll make sure that I don't mess around with my files anymore, but save states do apparently work, even after you lose your main save file, but it wasn't really, like, I save stated, like, so early in the game, it was just worth starting from scratch again, basically. Because I was starting from scratch. I mean, this one uses an emulator, right? So you'll see if I do that, you'll see saved to slot 1 pop up. Right? That means if I hit F1, it'll just load that from slot 1. I think I've also got something in F2. Yeah. So that's about as close to a backup as I can get. I think there are also .bak files, but I tried to use so there was a .bak file created. The problem is, I tried to load that, well, I also tried to save that as a .dsv file, which I think is the right one for this emulator, because that's what everything else was, and it still didn't work. Like, I don't think you're aware, well, okay, you're not aware because I haven't told you, but I was basically up until about 2 o'clock in the morning on Sunday, right? It was Saturday night into Sunday that I fucked everything up, trying to fix my blunder. My wife literally had to come downstairs and drag me away from my computer by the ear, said, "Go to sleep, you moron. You're streaming in like 6.5 hours." Have I mentioned recently how much I love my wife? I think I have. I love her very much. That shouldn't surprise any of you, by the way. If any of you are surprised by that, I don't know where you've been. Like, honestly, part of the reason that I love redheads so much is my wife is a redhead. I think I technically can. Well, for this one I have to like so this one will save it, as I understand it, as a .dsv file. It doesn't create a .sav file. And I think that was part of my problem when I first did this, was that I was looking for the .sav file, and I assumed, probably stupidly, well, it doesn't, I guess it doesn't really matter, because I figured it out. Well, it matters because I fucked everything up and lost my original save file, but eventually I was able to get done what I needed to get done. And I wasn't so far in the game where, you know, it became catastrophic. Okay, so that was just a critical hit. That means fire and dark, it's neutral. This might be Dragon! And yes, Anatros, it was in fact a learning experience. The fact that I didn't make any backups by hand of these files also really didn't help. Yeah, no, bottom line is I'm an idiot. I always have been, I always will be. Also, Anatros, I don't know if you know, because I don't remember when the last time you were here was. Sam, I don't think I had told you this either when I saw you back on... Was it Monday or was it Sunday? I don't remember. But whenever I saw you this week, I don't think... Well, Sam, you know about my wrist surgery, but I didn't tell you the best part about this wrist surgery. That's gonna hurt. So I had wrist surgery back in September in Atros. I don't know if you were here a few months ago, you know that I was having trouble with my left wrist, and that I'd been having trouble probably for... Well, actually, not probably. I'd been having trouble with my wrist since basically February. This surgery has left a visible reminder on me of my own stubbornness, because the scar that I have from this surgery is shaped like an S. And back when I first started streaming after the surgery, I had Twitch chat, or those of you who were around in Twitch chat at the time, vote on what that S should stand for, and it was unanimous that the S stands for stubborn ass. So now I have an actual reminder on my wrist of my own stubbornness. I don't remember if I have a picture anywhere of, well, anywhere on my computer of this. I know that I've got pictures on my phone of this that were sent to Little Goblin, Dawning, a couple of other people. What's the most recent image that I used for... Oh, God. Okay. I need to make this smaller. That's just moving it. Well, you all get the idea. This was my left hand immediately after surgery. That is such a big... But yeah, no, I streamed for like a week or so with this garbage on my hand. And again, keep in mind, my left hand is my dominant hand. So that was fun. But yeah, no, when they took that off, I have that scar on my wrist now. Anyway, what was I saying? What was I doing? I don't remember. Oh yeah, fighting Team Plasma. I mean, Pokemon can, Anatros, Pokemon can, but imagine if I was still streaming Tears of the Kingdom or Legend of Zelda or Breath of the Wild single-handed. That could have been bad. The good news is I wasn't. The bad news is I tried streaming Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog one-handed. And that was fun. Tentacool is the bigger threat because it's got the poison type thing. Oh, here's the worst part, Sam. Here is the absolute worst part. That's gonna hurt. That's also a pain in the ass. So the pain medication that I had during my surgery was fine. I had surgery on a Friday. And I'm not sure why, but I was not able to get my prescribed pain meds until the following Monday. Which sucked. Because I thought, you know, having surgery on a Friday, I would be able to rest over the weekend, Saturday, Sunday, and recover. No. Now, here's a fun fact for both of you. I did stream on Bulba Garden that Sunday. I don't remember if I streamed on Monday. No, I didn't because it was Rosh Hashanah that night. But I did stream on Bulba Garden that Sunday. It was one of the very, very few times that I actually begged Twitch chat for mercy. But I just needed something to do because I could not sleep, and I needed something to distract me from the massive amount of pain that I was in. And she gives me the fishing rod. Yeah. That's another thing, Salmon and Atros. I don't remember if I told you, but this game will also switch out what items you get when. So, I have the fishing pole, which is nice. Allows me to catch a lot more better Pokemon. Anyway, that's something. Let's poke around Wellspring Cave a bit. I know that I didn't spend a ton of time there when I was here in my previous save file. There's new Pokemon we can find here. Zubat is actually in this cave in this game because it is a Pokemon game what has Zubat in it. So, of course, Zubat's going to be in caves. Jesus, that was a critical hit and super effective. Oh, that sounds fun, Anatros. That sounds very fun. I wish you good luck with that. But yeah, by the way, the whole wrist trauma saga, or wrist surgery saga, whatever, that's only part of the crap I've been through this year. Like I said, it's been a really shitty year. No, simultaneously, this has been one of the longest and shortest years that I have ever dealt with. It should be 39. Ooh. I have a fishing rod. Aha! What will I catch from this? Shelter. Fascinating. I think it should survive a single Psybeam. I was correct. Guard Maiden, however, did not survive that Bubble Beam. So yeah, this is one that I hadn't caught previously. Nice. Now we're up to 40. Bronzor is here. That's an inferior Steel Psychic type, but that's still another Pokemon what I haven't caught yet. That did nothing. Judge Dredd? Alright, in prison, I probably don't have any of the same moves you do. So it's not... I swear to Arceus, if this ends up being a Dragon-type Hidden Power, and my Pokemon basically just switched which one had which Hidden Power type, I will actually be kind of amused. Only kinda, though. But the main reason that I want to spend some time in Wellspring Cave is because of the dust clouds. One thing that I do remember is that I caught a prankster Murkrow in the Pinwheel Forest last time, and again, it's because I'm on a new save file this time. I will continue to reiterate my idiocy whenever it becomes relevant, but prankster Murkrow evolves into Moxie Honchkrow with the Dusk Stone, and you get Dusk Stone from dust clouds, and, well, this is the only place through the Pinwheel Forest that has dust cloud. Plus, it's a new place with new Pokemon to catch. Like this Geodude! And Kasha does really not need to be in the front for this. Geodude can have Rockhead or Sturdy. Neutral to both rock and ground, resisted by steel. Yeah, this could end up being Dragon. Which would, again, be pretty funny. Oh, come on, Geodude. Money and resources are still very scarce to me, Geodude. Don't take 500 Pokeballs to catch. Especially since there's several things coming up on the other side of Nacrene City that I'm going to want to catch. Alright, let's get on my bicycle, because I have my bicycle. I'm just so not used to having a bike this early in black and white that I don't always remember to use it. But it does make life go a little bit smoother. Alright, we'll take one more loop through the Wellspring Cave. See if there's anything else that I can catch, or dust clouds that I can generate. Where are you meant to get the bike? Of course, Wu Bang. You're meant to get the bike... Is it... I think it's Nimbasa City. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Nimbasa City. You get it from the daycare guy after defending him from Team Plasma. Or something like that, anywho. I mean, it is, but it's like not as big of a get. Like the clown or a clown in Castile. Ooh, Aron. A clown in Castelia City gives it to you just so that you can tour Castelia City in Black 2, White 2. That's a little bit more generous, if you ask me. Ah, that one must have had, what, Rockhead? I was hoping it would have Sturdy. Alright, there are more Pokemon that I can catch in Wellspring Cave. Come on, move it. I mean, at this point, you can technically carry 1,000,000 Pokédollars. Like, part of the reason why it had to cost 1,000,000 Pokédollars in red and blue and yellow and green and all of that is because they literally did not want you to be able to buy it on your own. They wanted to make sure that you needed the bike voucher because that was the only way to make story progress. Or some such. Man, I'm just running into this. See, that is one problem. Like, I like this game, right? I do, well, first of all, I like the base black and white, but I like Blaze Black, and I like the ability to basically play black and white with whatever team I want. Well, maybe not whatever team I want, because some Pokemon are still locked to post-game, but like with a lot more team flexibility at the very least. See, that's the thing in Astros. I don't think that you can. I think they literally make it so that you cannot. Oh god, Blitzel. I have made a terrible mistake. But again, the problem with every Pokemon being catchable, or technically obtainable. Some of them you have to evolve to obtain, but the problem with having all of them, or certainly a lot more of them catchable, is that encounter rates on routes get much, much, much lower. So, being able to find something like a Blitzel becomes a lot more difficult. Man, you've gotten lucky with that confusion from Water Pulsing. This is not so lucky, but I guess it's lucky in the sense that it did not use... well, that confusion did nothing, but it was still lucky in the sense that it didn't actually use a damaging electric move on you. Holy crap! No, Water Pulse does not have a 100% confusion rate in this game. I think that's both of his Pokemon that knocked themselves out with confusion. Jeez. Tickle. No! Don't know what that does, don't need it. Is a bad move? Probably. We're gonna switch. Because I wouldn't doubt if that thing has an electric move by this point. Okay, it just used Tackle. Use your hidden power, Ground. You're grounded, buddy. Thunder Wave. Okay, I guess none of his electric types knew electric type damaging moves. That's fun. Shellos I have. I need to get Ralts to level 20 because Curlia is desperately needed. Judge Dredd's basically always going to be weak because monkeys are weak as rabbits. But... so Judge Dredd's, honestly, there are hundreds of better water types. It's just this is one that I could get fairly early on. And, well, what I didn't show, because I started this one up in this stream immediately after the first gym, but as a point of fact, the first gym is a triple or a rotation battle where you're fighting 6 Pokemon. The 5 the 5 starter Pokemon from Gens 1 through 5 that you are weak to, and the monkey that you are weak to. Have I mentioned that this game is basically a harder version of Pokemon Black and White? If not, allow me to mention again that this game is a harder version of Pokemon Black and White. See, that is the other thing, Sam. First of all, why did they evolve by stones? And then second of all, why did they not have... Synchronize doesn't work with that, does it? No, curses. Why do they not have a third evolution is in fact a fantastic question. The one thing that I will say about the monkeys in these games, that they get Overgrow, Blaze, and Torrent as standard abilities instead of as hidden abilities. So it's like their secondary ability instead of their hidden ability. And a lot of Pokemon are like that, right? I don't know if you noticed, but my Snivy has Contrary. and I plan on catching a Tepig with adaptability. I don't have an awakening. I've got a full heal, but I ain't wasting a full heal this early in the game when there's a healing place like right here. But yeah, no. If you look at my stream banner, which is right below my reactive avatar, right, you'll see that one of the stream series is Pokemon Black version, which was the actual legit Pokemon Black version that I did, or the Pokemon Black playthrough that I did for Bulba Garden. And that was a Fire-type run. Ooh. Ooh. Let's go for the Vulpix here. And I had a monkey on that team because I needed Simisear because I really didn't have much of a choice. Oh, Drought Vulpix. It's good. Alright, you target that. You... weakest attack on that. Yes, technically 2 monkeys. But Darmanitan is... a frickin' beast. Yeah, Darmanitan is much more like an ape. Psybeam the Pedove. You've done your job, so you can double team. Darmanitan I loved. Simisear was horrible. Like, Simisear actually ended up getting replaced by Heatmore. That should knock the Pedove out. Man, this Vulpix is being a big pain in my neck. Dr. Doof, doofinate it! Oh, come on. Well, Dr. Doof did not doofinate very well. It's just Great Ball because this thing is plowing through my team with that never-ending sun. There we go. But yeah, no, that was on that Pokemon Black run was on a legitimate cartridge that happened to still have the Liberty ticket data on it because I went to that event back when it actually was an event. So I'd just been transferring it via infrared from one save file to another. See, there's Pydove. I knew that I'd be able to get another one of those easier than another Vulpix. I don't think one's gonna KO it. Nah, two probably won't KO it. Just to be certain, though. Aw, come on. This is very sad. Why you no catching first ball? There we go. And here is 45. Guard Maiden is uninjured, so let's take on a trainer. Hello. By the way, I'm reasonably certain this is the route where you can catch your water starters on, and I know that the next route on the other side of Nacrane City, Pinwheel Forest on the outside, is where you can catch your fire starters on. I wouldn't doubt if Pinwheel Forest is where the grass starters are, but I didn't get that far. Well, okay, I did make it inside Pinwheel Forest, but I didn't finish exploring it. Don't paralyze. Woo! Bang! That I'm gonna switch. And... I should have switched to Kasha, not Judge Dredd, but whatever. Oh good, it's confused. Again, Water Pulse does not have a 100% confusion effect to my knowledge. It's unchanged from usual. So I've just been getting really lucky with it. See, it didn't confuse there. Didn't really need to, but... Alright, down that goes. Really frustrating. Maybe for you. For me, I appreciated that. Gonna go heal up again. Then I'm gonna try for some rustling grass, see if I can't show you that water starters can be found here, and if not, we'll get a Odd No, which is good for XP grinding. Come on. Come on. Let's see you shake that grass. Aha! Alright, so there's the expected Audino. Does mean Guard Maiden's gonna get some good XP. Again, Kirlia is a bit of a necessity, so that'll be nice to get that XP from Audino. Level 19. Shockwave, yes. Get rid of Growl for that. And we'll do this again. More shaken grass. It's another Audino, which is fine. Ooh, that one level makes a ton of difference. This one probably also has a berry. Yeah, so that went from a 2-hit KO to a 4-hit KO, I think. Yep. That kinda sucks. Well, let's use our new Shockwave. That should hopefully get you enough XP. No, it did not. You can get water starters here, I'm almost positive. Because I think this was where I got Oshawott. I've been getting incredibly lucky with like in my original playthrough, I was getting lousy luck with confusion. I've got really good luck with confusion in this game. Alright, here comes Kirlia. Hooray! Definitely don't need her out front anymore. It's gonna be a little while before I get more rustling grass, I suspect. Oh, never mind. Water starter. There we go! Mudkip! So I hear you likes Mudkips. Mold Breaker Mudkip. KO. Good, good. Don't crit. I said don't... Well, don't do that either with your damage roll being stupid. Did significantly less than 50% the first time, did over 50% the second time. I hate when it does that. Damage rolls in this game suck. That should not have KO'd without a crit. But alright, I think I have proven the point that you can get your water starters here if you want to. That's Gen 1 through Gen 5 water starters, so Squirtle, Totodile, Mudkip, Piplup, and the other one, Oshawott. Only in the rustling grass, and I don't know the percentages off the top of my head. Most of the time, you're still going to find Audino then. Or maybe like 50% of the time, you're going to still find Audino, which is far more frequently than you'll find anything else. Hooray! Level 19. Next gym's max is level 20, so I should probably just stop and keep going. Still no Blitzel. Like, there's still Pokemon that I can get in the regular grass here that I have not found yet. I don't think Blitzel is a dark grass exclusive. I have not caught the Grass Monkey yet. So, Grass Monkey I think I can only obtain in Pinwheel Forest, like usual with the monkeys. The reason that I have Water Monkey is because the lady at the Dream Yard gives you free Elemental Monkey of type weak to your starter, because it'll do good against Pokemon strong against your starter. And you need that for Gym 1. Elvis Parsley. I'll have to keep that in mind. I don't think we're making it into Pinwheel Forest today. Oh, that's gonna hurt. That did in fact hurt. A critical hit, stab acrobatics. Coming from a Tailo. Pathetic monkey. Probably wasn't holding anything either, that Tailo. Because standard trainers' Pokemon very rarely actually hold anything. Well, Staravia is going to make it to level 20. That's nice. I'm gonna... I didn't mean to go into the tall grass, or the exceptionally tall grass. We'll see. What do we got here? Anything that... No. Just a pair of Vulpix, and I want to get the hell out of here. Run! Fly, you fools. Alright, one more trainer on this route. And I think we will go on to Nacrane City. Again, I know that I haven't caught nearly all the Pokemon that are available on this route. I know that. Especially since I do have the fishing rod, and I know that the water starters are available here. Sam, my next stream will be Monday evening, 7:30 p.m. U.S. Central Time. It's going to be Ace Attorney 4. Thanks for stopping by, though. Appreciate you. Yeah, so next week I will continue to be able to stream. It's the week after, and the week after, that I won't be streaming. And then the question will be how quickly I recover from my trip. So there's going to be at least 2 weeks or so that I won't be streaming after next week. And, of course, Monkey gets paralyzed. Monkey see, Monkey go splat. Oh, you can raise your special defense. That's not going to help you against this hidden power. Behold my hidden power. Didn't even get a level up from that. Alright, well, Twister's gonna do alright for you. At least neutral damage anyway. Oh no! Razor Leaf! How dare you! Alright, Alberta, level 20. Leech Seed. We'll ditch Tackle for that. Excellent. Boy, this really was not a trainer that would be good for Judge Dredd. And Judge Dredd was the Pokemon that I really needed to train up. Oh well. Alberta is the starter. Bye-bye, Luxio. Lombre. Technically, Leaf Tornado is neutral. And I don't have Stab for Dragon just yet. That'll come with evolution. Whew, all 5 times. Not pleasant. Alright, level 21 for Alberta. That is technically higher than the gym, but I don't care. Gym leader has 6 Pokemon and you battle them in a double battle. It's a tough one. Yeah, see, I basically buy exclusively Pokeballs because there's so many Pokemon and I have to catch them all. Oop. I am very curious. Yes. No, little goblins are very curious. Sometimes I feel like they shouldn't be because their curiosity gets me in trouble, but little goblins are very curious. Sunstone. Do I have a... I think I caught a Sunkern. And since I don't plan on using Sunflora, or, you know, I don't plan on using Sunflora as a main member of the team, I can just evolve that, like, immediately. Yeah. Oh, you know what? I forgot. We're not at a point where... Here we go. Sunkern is, in point of fact, the last Pokemon in this box, which is kind of convenient. And Sunstone is Sunstone. What does this do? Aha! I can sort. I just actually have to use the mouse for that, because it's not actually a touch screen. Because it's not really a screen, it's just a Whoojamawats on my computer. A window on my computer. Anyway, that'll be number 47. And we'll bring our monkey back, not because it's a good Pokemon, but because... Oop, did not mean to deposit my pick-upper. Let's heal up. Yes, please. What items do you have? Heal Ball and Netball. Netballs are extremely expensive for right now. I will buy... $13 more Pokeballs. And 1 netball. Alright, I don't think I healed up yet, and I do wish to heal. We'll explore the town a bit. Oh, right, I still have Lillipup in the front. I don't want Lillipup in the front. I need Judge Dredd in the front. It's far behind in levels. It's such a pathetic Pokemon. I'd love to, but I don't have Shroomish. But I am a big fan of Ponyta. Can't do anything with you because there's no Dream World in this. None. Seriously, this is just a ROM. Anyway, don't go to the gym yet. You'll find a very interesting character there if you do. I don't remember if I went to this one yet. No. And the good things that they're selling in here are basically worthless to me. Right, it's all your stupid X items. I don't think I've ever used an X item except to stall. Like when I've literally had to stall because I couldn't take a turn for whatever reason, or someone banned me from using Pokeballs or something. That's the only time that I use X items. Now there's this cafe over here. It is Wednesday. Oh yes, a soda pop. I don't remember what the hell the Wonder Launcher is. I really don't. It was something that was around for like a brief period of time, and then it was gone. Obvious hidden item area is obvious hidden item area. You give me Rock Smash. I'll smash your rocks. You are not a trainer. Going in here, I cannot do because Team Plasma doofuses are in the way. All hail the Team Plasma doofuses. Hello, nurse. Always important to battle her. Hello, Happini. You've got plenty of special defense, not so much regular defense. So, acrobatics. That was probably an unnecessary crit, but good amount of XP for that, level 19. And Audna, wow! Good, good. You really did need this XP, Judge Dredd. Like, very desperately. And the nurse's Audno slaps that monkey. And no, that is not a euphemism. It really wasn't. Skull. Yes. Hooray! Wow, all the way to level 21. Thank you very much, Nurse. That took Judge Dredd from being the lowest level Pokemon that I have to one of the two higher level Pokemon that I have. An ether! Alright. Oop, trainer. I forgot about this trainer. You want to see what kinds of Pokemon I have? I has good Pokemon. Strong Pokemon. Oh look, it's Elvis Parsley. You can use growth all you want. I'll cut yous down with a hidden power flying. Pretty sure that's flying. Yeah. And there is other monkey. That's gonna hurt. That didn't hurt so much. I forget, it's just a monkey. That hurt more. Psybeam takes care of you. Let me battle this doofus down here. Little kids walking around with very powerful Pokemon. For no good reason. Homer, don't! Right, you're the one I think who's got all sturdy Pokemon. Which is unfortunate. Yeah, they're sturdy. That I do not like. Oh wait, Shockwave. You're not a ground type, so... Take that! Shockwave never misses. Shockwave won't be resisted. Iron Defense does nothing because this is a special attack. Preschoolers. They've got minimal intelligence, but I don't expect them to have much more than that. This is the problem. Can't use Shockwave on that, and yep. Come on. There we go. Confuse it and let it hit itself in confusion. Now, Guard Maiden goes down. That's unfortunate, but she did get the level. We'll switch into Kasha. Quick attack. I mean, doesn't really matter. But quick attack takes the thing out. Oh! I lost. Says Homer. There is TM43 Flame Charge. I saw that rustling grass down there, and I just did not respond in quite enough time. But alright, Spinnerack I can catch. I don't want to use Scald. I think Scald's going to be too powerful. But the Pokemon that the two Pokemon that I absolutely want to catch on this route are Tepig, which I'm going to use permanently on the team, or quote-unquote permanently. I'm going to use on the team. And then I would also like to catch a Throw, because that's what I beat the second gym with. when I first played through this in my original save file that got deleted again. I'm an idiot. Just like on Route 3, the fire-type starters can be found here. Well, in outside Pinwheel Forest, in the rustling grass, I want to say 5% of the time. Alright. So focus on... So you might think that having a Tepig and a throw is a little redundant. And you would be correct if this was... Ooh, there's rustling grass. If this was regular old black and white. Oh, hey! Tepig. Don't KO. Alright. I'm going to save here, because I want this thing to have adaptability. And a decent nature. I forgot to deposit a Pokemon. I wanted to deposit a Pokemon. Damn it. So I'm going to have to go to the Hujimawatsit to see if this is a Tepig worth keeping. But we'll nickname it Baconator just like it is, because it's going to be a little while before I get to the... before I get to the name reader in Castelia. So let's see, I want that that Tepig to have adaptability. I want that Tepig to have a halfway decent, or at least non-destructive nature. Nope, it's got Blaze. So alright, I can KO it for XP, which I don't need to. Oh, before I get too deep into it, let me actually deposit my Bidoof, such that I don't have to run back here next time I happen to find a Tepig. Dr. Doof, I don't really need cut at this point in time, so you were very helpful, but alas, not at the moment. Right, that's in Homer's way. By the way, the reason that I'm going like this is to kind of limit where the shaking grass can spawn to a fairly accessible location. Like this right here. Tyrogue! gonna KO it. Although I really shouldn't. I should catch it. Because it is a rare encounter. Or at least a rarer encounter, because it needs both the phenomenon and it's a low percentage. Come on! I don't want to waste all my Pokeballs on you. Tyro, you really aren't worth it. Let's try a Great Ball. If the Great Ball doesn't work, we're going back to Pokeballs. Come on. I do remember this was the route where I had difficulty catching just about everything. You will catch. Curse you. Curse you, you silly rogue. Be intimidated. Intimidated. You want to feel special in a Premier Ball? No. You just want to be a pain in the ass. You're not allowed to be. This is it. This is the last ball. Catch in this, or die. This isn't a Nuzlocke, but for you I will make an exception. Haha, threats work. Alright. Back to the Pokemon Center, deposit the Tyro. Well, heal up, deposit the Tyro. Y'all know the drill. Yes, that'll be fine. Excellent. I mean, it's an odd no, which is not what I'm looking. I mean, that's still got a 50% chance of showing up, so it will be it about as often as it's not it. At the moment, I don't need odd no to level grind or XP train off of. I will once I have a new team member. Or two. Yeah, Tepig is the main one that I want to focus on while I'm up here. It mostly because my team is incredibly competently leveled right now. So I don't feel a particular need to level them up off the wild Pokemon or off of the trainers. Ah, you're right behind where that preschooler is. Oh, no, again. I do think the bike just makes the generation of those things a little faster. Theoretically. I did get a bunch of them in fairly rapid succession, so it's not too surprising that it's taken a little time to shake its grass at me again. I really wish that Tepig had had adaptability. But it had Blaze, and ability capsules don't exist in this game. So I couldn't change that even if I wanted to, which obviously adaptability versus Blaze. Gee, permanent boosts to stab moves all the time, or a temporary buff to one set of stab moves under very specific circumstances. Well, here's a Torchic. I am going to try to catch it. Growl, that's fine. This one does have speed boost. Like I said, starters can have their hidden abilities. Or their normally hidden abilities. Because in this game, they're the secondary ability. Aw, come on, Torchic. Don't torture me. Come on, that counts as torture. Shaking 3 times and then... Rude.
Hey, Emmy.
Whoa! Hello, MCH.
Currently just waiting for a game to unlock for me in roughly 40 minutes.
I see. Sorry, I was very engrossed in the game and didn't even notice you pop in, so I was taken a little bit by surprise. Whew.
Well, I popped in literally when I said that, so...
Yeah, no, that's fine. How you been, bud? I assume you're back from your trip?
Yep, it was fun.
Good. Glad you had fun.
I took a single picture of me at Funky Kong's playing. The only picture I took.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna have a lot of pictures for my trip when I go to Tokyo.
Obviously, I'm just not a picture person at all.
Sure. I mean, I don't know how many of those pictures will be pictures of myself, but, like, they will be pictures of just about everything that I see.
That's what Dad did for both Universal and Disney.
Yeah.
He just took pictures of all the scenery.
Anyway, I'm not sure if you were watching or paying attention to this series but like, I screwed up big time and ended up deleting my original save data for this game, so this is a replay, basically. I'm a little bit... I'm mostly caught up.
Ooh, that sucks.
Yeah, I was trying to import the national decks and did something wrong. I still haven't figured out what it was that I did wrong, but it destroyed my save data. So...
Gotcha.
The bottom line is, I'm an idiot. I always have been, and I always will be.
Yay, idiocy!
Yeah. Yeah, very much idiocy. Ooh. Well, I didn't mean for that
the game I'm waiting for is Kirby Air Riders. It's a sequel to the classic GameCube game.
I never played... I actually have not played any Kirby game.
Well, Kirby Air Riders was a 2003 GameCube game that was notable for being a racing game with only a single button. You only... And so, like, and it had a high learning curve, but it was easy to pick up as a result. And its main appeal was the city trial mode, where basically you go around the open world like area, fuck around, find out, and gather stats for a final mission that's chosen at random. It could be something like a drag race. It could be a fight against all the other players. It could be a simple race against one of the main game race tracks, that sort of thing, you know.
Fun.
And those stats you collect throughout the mode end up influencing how well you do in that final match. That was the main appeal of the game back in 2003, because no one really played the racing modes.
I mean, a game with just one button sounds incredibly appealing to me, because I can't keep track of multiple buttons in a game.
Well, this one adds a second button, but it's still simple. The second button is mainly just used for special attacks.
2 buttons. 2 buttons! I can't do it. I can't do it, man. Save yourself.
But you get the point. Like,
I
it's
do.
still relatively simple.
Yeah.
The issue is that, again, like I said, it's hard to master. It's one of those games that you can pick up and play, but if you actually want to get good at it, you have to take time.
Sounds boring. Well, okay, no, I won't say it sounds boring. I will say it sounds like something I don't know if I'd have the patience for.
Yeah.
But we all know that if I do something, I never do it the right way or the smart way. I always do things the stupid way or the inefficiently bad way.
The convoluted way.
Yeah. Anyway, what else is new, buddy?
Nothing.
Alright, fair enough.
Just been playing ZA, waiting for the DLC.
When is that coming out?
December 10th.
Oh, so not that long.
Yeah, it was originally slated for Pokemon Day, so they must have had smooth development.
For once in their life.
I mean, they used to have smooth development until the Pokemon Company just forced that strict schedule on them.
You know what? You're actually right. I agree.
Because, like, I know you don't like Gen 6, but at the very least, they still were polished games, minus the Luvion save glitch.
That's a very big minus.
Yeah, but like it was patched out.
Yeah,
So and
relatively
like
quickly it was patched out.
yeah. But like you get my point, right?
Yeah.
Like it was Gen 7 that things started going downhill for their optimization.
Yeah. Gen 6 does operate smoothly, even if I don't like it that much. Mega
Yeah.
Evolution doesn't, like, cause the game to go kablooey or crash or slow down too badly.
And like the game saves instantly, which is very welcome after Gen 4 and 5.
It saves relatively quickly in Gen 5. Now, I say that as a fan of Gen 4, where, yeah, those save asininely slowly. So, like, anything Gen 5
Gen 5
did had
is
to be
quicker,
better.
but still left much to be desired, in my opinion, for saving, which is why Gen 6 being instant is great.
And then autosave was introduced with, what, Sword and Shield?
Gen 8.
Yeah, Gen 8. Chimchar. Not the fire starter that I was looking for.
If you think about it, Let's Go is... If you think about it, Let's Go is the first time you can play multiple save files on a single cartridge. Because you can just use different profiles on your Switch.
Yeah, because the save data is not kept on your cartridge.
Yeah.
I will say, when I played Let's Go again, when I went back to it earlier this year, it was not as bad as I remembered it being.
I played Let's Go a couple years back and really enjoyed it.
Well, I will say this. Somehow, between when I had last played it, which was whenever the heck I beat the post-game or Mewtwo and all that other stuff, right? And when I played it earlier this year, I want to say for Labor Day, somehow I got much better at the ball throwing thing.
That reminds me, the Let's Go speedrun is actually really tightly knit. Because the speedrun in that game is... I was about to commentate at RPG level break this year before they decide they're better off commentating it themselves, like the runners. But like the speedrun is interesting because it's routed around your catches. Because since you're required to catch to progress the game, and it needs to be unique mons for each catch.
Right.
You have a bunch of mon that there's like all sorts of weird backup strats and stuff where if you fail X catch Y thing instead. If you get good luck on X route, you don't need to go to Z route, that sort of thing, you know.
I will
say, a really tightly knit speedrun based on doing stuff on the fly as well as knowing the backups.
Yeah, I mean, having backups certainly does make speedruns easier. I will say part of the reason why I started liking it better is because it also threw a shiny Ponyta at me.
Yeah, shiny honey in that game is actually pretty fun.
I will be honest. Like, so the main reason that I was catch comboing Ponyta was so that I could get a shiny. But it also got there before I hit, what was it, 31 in the count, which is where you get the maximum the maximum shiny chances, and I was basically doing that specifically so that I could train up my Pokemon, get XP, and take on Master Trainers. Because catch comboing is the easiest way to also level grind.
Yeah.
Which sucks, because Jesus Christ, it's boring. But I got that Ponyta, and with all of the candies that I got from that catch combo, I raised it up to be the world's most powerful Ponyta, and then the world's most powerful Rapidash, despite being massively under-leveled. It managed to beat... Well, okay, I don't think it was under-leveled for the Ponyta trainer, but it was under-leveled for the Rapidash trainer. Because of high friendship, it survived a one-hit KO move against that Rapidash.
Friendship is a hell of a drug ever since Pokemon and me.
I'd say more so since Let's Go. When they stopped having, when they stopped it being basically a separate thing, because at least in Gen 6 and the 3DS era of Gen 7, because technically for some reason Let's Go is still considered Gen 7 for God knows what reason.
It's because it wasn't a new gen yet.
Yeah, but usually previously changing over consoles is what or handhelds or whatever is what dictated a gen change, right?
Gen 5 already ruined that as a Gen 7 itself.
Well, I'm not saying that it was always the case, right? But Gen 1 to Gen 2 was basically Game Boy to Game Boy Color. Gen 2 to Gen 3 was Game Boy Advance. Gen 3 to Gen 4 was...
you could argue Game Boy Color is closer to like a DSi or new 3DS.
You could argue that, yes. So maybe you could argue that Gen 1 and Gen 2... But I don't know if...
Yellow was on Game Boy Color before Gen 2 was.
Fair enough. I don't know if you could run Gold, Silver, Crystal on a regular old Game Boy. I never tried it. You can or
you can't? For Gold and Silver, not Crystal.
So, okay. But then again, you can also run Game Boy games on a Game Boy, regular Game Boy games on a Game Boy Advance SP, and you can run Game Boy Advance games on a DS, so that kind of backwards compatibility, I don't know.
Yeah, in fact, one of the last major releases with Game Boy Color, Dragon Quest Monsters 2, was outright advertising itself in the West as working on all 3 Game Boys, plus the Super Game Boy. Because it's like, play on Super Game Boy, play on the original Game Boy, play on Game Boy Color, play on GBA!
Hey, buddy.
So it's like literally advertising itself as working on everything,
Well, now it doesn't.
Yeah, but you get the point.
Sure. But it, again, and you get my overall point. Okay, Gen 4 and 5 were both on the DS, which was a bit of an odd decision. But like Gen 6
and 7 were both on the 3DS.
Well, Gen 6 and part of Gen 7 was on the 3DS. And then the other part of Gen 7 was the Switch. Like, I don't understand that. That's what makes no sense to me.
Again, Yellow was on Game Boy Color, so for ordering Game Boy Color as a jump.
I mean, yeah, but you're also correct that that's mostly like a half a jump, if anything.
Yeah.
I need more.
Also, Black to White to connected to the 3DS for that Dream Radar app.
I don't know if I remember that.
It was an app on the 3DS store that allowed you to just hunt the fairy in 4 forms and transform the Black to White too.
That! Yeah, I never did that.
I did that a lot. The only thing I didn't get was Lugia because I didn't have a friend with Soul Silver. I had a friend with Pearl.
Charmander, why the hell are you taking so many things to catch? I need to save some Pokeballs for Tepig. Greedy frickin' Gen 1 starter has to have everything.
But yeah, like, it's just interesting. Also, like, if you want to, but yeah, Gen, the thing with, did you ever play the Gen 9 DLC for Acquire the Sire?
Not as Acquire the Zyre, because problem is somehow I managed to lose that save data for my Scarlet. But I did play both in Scarlet and Violet the DLC.
I really like Kieran's character arc. It reminds me a lot of myself, and even calls it depressive episode here of the teal mask.
Kieran is very, interesting.
Like, his whole point is that he just crashes out because of ill-conceived reasons, and I see a lot of myself in him.
Yeah, I mean, he does. I mean, to be fair, what really sets him down that path to begin with is when Carmine decides to keep it a secret from him that we saw the ogre, which I'm still not 100% sure why she wanted us to do. But I like Carmine, and since she said it, okay, it's fine by me.
Also, like, his actions in the Indigo Disc were implied to be Pekarun's influence. If you look up Pekarun's Pokédex entry, it mentions bringing out potential of those.
It could have been, yeah, because I did play the epilogue too.
Yeah, it's outright implied that that's what caused Kieran's actions in Indigo Disc was Pekarun.
Explains why him punching the lousy three's grave brought them back to life.
That too.
Because that's one hell of a thing that just kind of happened.
That was such a weird cutscene.
Yeah, that was just a kind of a thing that just happened, and there was no explanation at the time.
Well, at least now we got the explanation.
And it's a believable one, too, because that thing was hanging out at the mart in Kitakami.
Yeah.
So I almost said Kitaki, but no, that's the crime family in AA4.
Oh, you're on that case already.
Yes. They stole Trucy's panties and Little Plum's panties. I don't know. I haven't figured out who they is yet, but God help them.
But yeah, there's...
Also, can I just say the name Waki Kitaki made me laugh because it's so damn
I mean, yeah,
funny.
it's an Ace Attorney pun.
But like, it's not one that I would have thought, like, it's not one that I saw the last name and I was like, it hit me by surprise.
You'll love a lot of the puns in the 6th game, then. They love their silent letters to make you just groan at times. One pun, I shit you not, is making fun of itself.
Look, it is one of the reasons why I love the Ace Attorney games, because I love a good pun.
Yes, but nothing beats the pun of this one that I'm about to say. How could this name be any longer or pompous than it already is?
How can what?
This name be longer or more pompous than it already is. That's literally the name of a character.
That's okay.
It's meant to be a pun making fun of itself.
I see.
How could this name be longer or more pompous than it already is?
Yes, I get it.
This is hilarious. That's just the point where they're taking the piss and drinking it.
Yeah. There we go. Okay, only took 2 balls that time. Stupid chart.
Also, like, Also, like, one of my favorite puns in Ace Attorney that's not as in your face. Yanni Yogi's is actually meant to be a pseudo shout out to Yami Yugi,
See,
another character with split personality.
I called him Yami Yugi in my playthrough.
Yeah, that's actually the reference.
Yeah, well,
You know how Yanni Yogi was like?
Yeah, he was basically his drunk noodleman guy, and then the actual. And I made that comment at the time when he actually got serious. I was like, "Oh my god, it's actually Yami Yugi," and I named that episode.
The point.
I named that episode. It's time to die.
I saw that.
That was so fun. Okay, I hated that case overall because I had to defend Kilometers Lost as Edgeworth, but I like these games a lot. And like every single prosecutor other than Lost as Edgeworth, I don't really like. I really don't mind. Clavier, I don't think I've had enough to, enough interaction with him yet, but...
Well,
friends...
I mean, I personally like the prosecutors when they're meant to be hateable characters that just lay their traps well for the defense to fight against. Which Edgeworth did in the first game, but not in later games. Francisca and Godo both did that. You get the point.
Manfred von Karma is like the best prosecutor for that reason, though.
There's one I personally like. A lot of people hate the one in the 6th game, but because they ham-fisted something that I can't say for spoiler reasons.
Sure.
But I like him. Because it's like he's exactly what I describe, a hateable prick who just gets away with his traps. And in this case, he's even using religion as a justification, so it helps.
Oh dear.
Like he's one of those people,
Explain what you mean by those people when talking about religion, and be very careful considering who you're talking to.
I mean, like people who use it as an excuse rather than actually practice religion.
Yes. If you're just using it as an excuse, that's unacceptable. If you're an actual practicing individual and you can or cannot do something because of your religion, for example, I can't eat bacon, which is why when I catch my Tepig, it will be nicknamed Baconator.
But yeah, it's more like, because like my religion, for instance, I have to celebrate Christmas and Easter as a tradition of Jesus.
Fun.
Rather than just the consumerism part of it, I have to celebrate it a different way than most people,
I mean, to be fair, sounds like the way that you celebrate it is truer to the original origins.
Yes. But another one is closer to what you have with Lent, where I have to eat fish every Friday as the only meat I can eat those Fridays.
Mm-hmm.
Which I don't mind, because I love seafood. It allows me to get free fried fish every Friday and Lent. Because my parents just take me to London, somewhere's a Red Lobster somewhere.
Go on the seafood diet. Every time you see food, you eat it.
I remember a joke from a TV show, Camp Laszlo, where they're saying, I'm eating seafood, see my food, and they would stick their tongue out.
Oh my, I vaguely remember that show.
It was made by the creator of Rocko's Modern Life, believe it or not.
Yeah, I absolutely believe it.
That's why in the final episode they had a legally distinct Heather come in and saying he was the actual Scoutmaster and was locked out for the whole series. but he was meant to be the legally distinct heifer because, you know, Nickelodeon versus Cartoon Network, that ain't gonna fly. You get the point.
Yeah.
But he was only there for 5 seconds and had a shaped appearance, and we all knew who it was.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like when Venture Brothers references some of the Johnny Quest characters. Or no, Johnny
Or
Test
for that
characters.
matter, yeah. It's like, we all know who you're referencing, sort of deal.
Yeah. It's blatantly obvious, but legally speaking, you may not actually be able to do what you're doing. Well, like, you can parody it.
Yeah.
Or wink and nod to it if you were the original creators.
Yeah. Like, there was one of the Sonic comics where the TMNT just randomly showed up saying they're in the wrong comic book. Because remember, they started as a comic book.
Yeah, they did, didn't they? A lot of things did. And then they're just
Yeah, like
more well known
Hellboy.
for other things.
Hellboy is more known for the movies than the comic book, for instance.
I feel like this count is way off. I don't think I've upped it recently. But you know what? That's what having the National Dex is going to help me with.
But you get the point.
Quick check.
But yeah, like,
Oh.
speaking of TMNT, they're actually doing a game based off the last comic one the co-creators wrote, which was The Last Ronin, which is basically based off. Remember the episode of TMNT 2003 where Leo went to a bad future where the Foot won?
Sorry, say that again?
There was an episode of TMNT 2003 where Leo went to a bad future where the Foot won.
I don't remember. So I don't remember that particular show of the TMNT.
It's the best one. It's closer to the comics in tone, and it combines and it has a lot of unique character building and story arcs.
I'm sure, like, but in 03, what I would have been watching more probably would have been the DCAU stuff.
That is a good thing to watch as well, to be fair.
Yeah. And then, what else would I have been watching? I don't remember if, no, because that was X-Men 97. I mean, maybe that was still going on at the time. And then, obviously, that was still when I was watching Pokemon, and Yu-Gi-Oh! And all those other wonderful cartoons that I grew up
But yeah,
with.
like, either way, point is that it was such a well-beloved episode of that series that they made that one of the co-creators made a full comic out of the idea.
Makes sense. I mean, look, alternate universes are always fun to explore in
this case,
media.
It's explicitly one of the darkest TMNT properties because it explores what happens if Mikey ends up finally training to the fullest of his ninja potential. Because remember how in all the incarnations, Mikey's like the laid-back guy, but if he puts his mind to it, he's the best.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. The slacker often has the hidden talent.
What happens if he had become the best he could because all his brothers died and everything he knew was gone? That's what The Last Ronin ends up being. And he ends up being an embittered shell of himself for most of that comic before finding hope once again.
Yeah. It's not the only franchise to do that, but it's always interesting to explore something like that, where the Joker character is getting back to the DCAU, right? The death of Superman. When they all thought he died because Toyman's laser shot him and it was just, somehow
or like the
blasted into the
Flash
future.
saving the day at the end of Justice League Unlimited Season 2.
Also, but you didn't let me finish my point about how Flash started getting serious after Superman died. But yes, it was in fact Flash that saved the day in Justice League Unlimited from the Luthor Brainiac threat, and almost died in the process. That was some that
examples of that.
Yeah, that whole era of DC was written so damn well.
And then you have stuff like Batman Beyond, Return of the Joker, where you have Terry just do the thing the Joker is known for, break them by talking on the Joker himself.
Oh my god, yes. So, first of all, I really, really liked that movie. It showcased the major differences between Terry McGinnis Batman and Bruce Wayne Batman, how the Joker was one of Bruce Wayne's major arch nemeses, but ended up not being a threat to Terry McGinnis just because of the completely different style that they worked with. Right? Terry McGinnis bantered back.
Yeah, and it was awesome.
It was great.
You're not Batman!
Plus, any time you can see Mark Hamill as the Joker is always a good time.
It's his second most famous role, after all, and for good reason.
Yes. That also does remind me of the Justice League action episode that's missing the mark, which is basically just Mark Hamill talking to himself.
Yeah, I remember that.
He plays Mark Hamill, he plays the Joker, he plays the Trickster, he plays, what was it, Swamp Thing?
Yeah, that was hilarious.
I don't think anyone else had any speaking roles in that episode. What's a voice actor? If you haven't seen that little short episode, Justice League Action Missing the Mark, I highly recommend it.
It's hilarious.
Oh, God.
And then there was... I do like how... And next year we're getting another Lego Batman game, but this one's a reboot that explores 85 years of Batman as a character. You're doing the origin story, but you're also doing year 2, you're doing year 3. It's going to be interesting because, like, it's also going to explore what Batman means to everyone. Like, they're going to explore different aspects of the character of vengeance in the night.
Oh boy.
The detective vigilante. The billionaire philanthropist that is Bruce Wayne, that sort of thing, you know.
Good luck with something of that scale.
Well, given this is the same studio that gave us a Lego game based off all 9 Skywalker Saga movies at once, I reckon they could pull it off.
I think they'll be alright. Lego tends to do good things in general. Well, at least with their parody.
With their video games.
Yeah. And with their parody franchise. Like
the one where Weird Al was in Star Wars.
Although, speaking of Lego and Lego Star Wars specifically, I'm still annoyed at the Death Slice.
Yeah.
Like, $1,000 and you don't even get a fully spherical Death Star?
Yeah, I saw that when I was at the Lego store in Disney Springs.
But kind of not. And I think people are actually buying it, which is the even more puzzling thing.
Back in my day, we paid $1,000 for a spherical Death Star. I mean, remember, they used to do it fully spherical from the Death Star 1.
So, Yeah, but you also had like the dollhouse one. Like I've got one of the dollhouse ones, but it is fully spherical. It just doesn't
Why
have
make
any
it all
outer
the Death
plating.
Star 2 for that price point is the big issue.
I don't know. Regardless, when I saw that, I kind of just laughed and I said, "Really, really, this is what you're going as for your very first $1,000 set?" It was. It was not a joke. I thought it was a joke.
Yeah.
It should have been a joke.
That reminds me of back on Lego video games. So there was the video games. Lego Dimensions was the Twice the Life one. Remember? Back when that was a thing.
Lego Dimensions combined a lot of things, didn't it?
Yeah, you have like Harry Potter and Fantastic Beasts. You had both versions of Ghostbusters.
Yep.
Because at the time the Afterlife and Frozen Empire weren't out, so they couldn't do the new generation of the classic continuity, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Which I love both the soft reboot films. I didn't love the 2016 one, so.
I will be honest, I saw the first two Ghostbusters movies and I have not seen any since.
You could probably see Afterlife and Frozen Empire because those are like passing the torch films, you know?
I mean, I'm gonna have a fairly long flight coming up. We'll see what movies are available.
Afterlife is especially heavily respectable to Harold Ramis' death because it's a big plot point that he's dead in the film, but still working to stop Gozer behind even the Afterlife.
Well, ghosts are real, so yeah, they can work both for good and for evil.
Yep. And they also have a similar thing in Frozen Empire where they explore the methods of Ghostbusters operations, because there's like a whole subplot where one of the main characters befriends a ghost, and then they end up having the ghost betrays her.
Uh-oh.
And then that leads, but at the end of the day, she ends up saving the day to help swing the plot back in the Ghostbusters' favor, which allows them to pass on to the afterlife. So, like, it was very cute and raises up some legitimate questions of if they need to bust every ghost or just like the evil ones, you know. You get the point.
Yeah. So there are two new Ghostbusters, but like I was aware of the first one, Afterlife.
Yeah, Frozen Empire. It came out last year.
Huh.
The only character from both continuities, both sides of the continuity that didn't have was Sigourney Weaver because they thought the cast was bloated as is. It was like Dana was not in there despite being teased at the end of Afterlife, just because the cast was pretty bloated between both Ghostbusters teams being there, you know?
I suppose that makes sense. I assume Rick Moranis' character wasn't in it.
Yeah.
Though he's going to be in
Moranis
Spaceballs too.
Was, though.
Who was?
No way, Rick Moranis was not. No, he was not. But they did have even Winston was in there for some reason. Even though his actor said he didn't want to come back to the franchise for the longest time. So he came back, and it's interesting, you know.
Sure. I mean, like I said, we'll see if these are available on my flight to Japan or back from Japan. I've got some long flights coming up.
Yep. Any case. But yeah, back on Lego Dimensions, they had lots of really stupid jokes for all the characters they combined. For example, Scooby would talk about snacks with Homer.
Yeah, yeah.
Or like you have the gamer kid from the 80s talk about, oh, so you're a silent protagonist to the main character Shell from Portal. But the gamer kid, generic 80s gamer kid, also has a lot of funny jokes about like, I respond! That sort of thing, you know?
Yeah.
He's aware of the tropes in video games, naturally, so...
He would be, wouldn't he?
And then there was like, if you have Green Arrow, which was a limited time release at the, for Black Friday, which I do have, he was trying to, he says he's archery buddies with Legolas, if he rides Legolas's trebuchet.
He does
just
what?
A lot of stupid fun like that. You know.
Yeah. No, and again, seeing interactions from characters from different... I mean, obviously non-canonical interactions, because Green Arrow and Legolas are never going to actually make an appearance.
Like proper canon.
Yeah. But it still sounds... And it still is fun.
And then they had a scene in the main story where Hal 9000 gets pulled out of a portal to talk to GLaDOS, and they get in this snarky murderous AI conversation.
Yeah. That's something you never want to happen.
But it was meant to be a distraction because they started arguing with each other. Because Hal thought GLaDOS was Dave.
Hal thought what?
GLaDOS was Dave.
Oh.
And GLaDOS was like, I'm not Dave. And then they just got in a big argument. And then it proved to be enough of a distraction to get the end of the level completed. Without GLaDOS noticing.
Well, that's good.
It was hilarious.
Can't have the murderous AI notice when you're trying to thwart their plans. The only thing that would have made that better is if Ultron showed up.
True. But, like... But it also had some really... There was also a scene, because of the infamous cake from Portal, which was the goal for that level, they ended up having Gandalf think you were at a bakery the whole level. This is the world's weirdest bakery. Oh, the Scooby-Doo level, where the main villain shows up to do I want to go away with two for big meddling kids. And Batman thinks it's the guy at the amusement park. Naturally.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time Batman teamed up with the Scooby Gang.
Yeah. Or last, considering they had a special after that game came out that did similar. But
I'm still waiting for a crossover between Ace Attorney and the Scooby Gang. That would be funny.
We finally got one between Courage and Scooby, which was interesting.
Yes, and we're not talking about the death battle.
Yeah. That one was a great film, though. Because I could probably explain why weird shit happens in nowhere after all this time. You know.
Sure.
Also, I love that there's one scene in that film where Muriel makes a backhanded jab at Eustace of all people.
I mean, he deserves it.
He definitely deserves it. But Muriel of all people making the backhanded jab is just hilarious.
Yeah, okay, it was not expected, but he deserves it.
He deserves it. But yeah, like the Dimensions had a lot of fun dialogue. It was hilarious. Hell, if you have Lego Batman from the Lego Movie continuity, Because, like, if you have Lego movie continuity Batman and normal Batman team up, they take ribs at each other about how one is actually good and competent at his job.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, one of my favorite bits. The Doctor and Doc Brown mock each other's time machines.
Yeah, they would do that.
I can save the world 5 times over before this plane hits 88 miles per hour.
And the sad thing
And then
is,
the opposite.
he absolutely could.
Yeah, and then the opposite is Doc Brown saying, "Time travel. Did you not hear me when I said time travel in style?"
I mean,
So,
at
yeah,
least it's a police box and not a porta potty.
Yeah. But still, it's hilarious.
Yes.
It's like they mock each other's time machines. The TARDIS is also fully explorable because if you're playing explicitly as the Doctor and enter it naturally. It also changes his appearance depending on which Doctor you're playing as. Because they had all 12 at the time.
Yeah, I mean, that is what the TARDIS does. Like, that is canonical to the show.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And like it even goes black and white if you're playing as the first two. Which is really awesome, cool.
One thing that I really wish is that I feel like there were a lot of characters that showed up in LEGO Dimensions that never actually showed up as proper LEGO minifigures. Like,
I got one eventually again, but yeah.
I'm pretty sure most of the Doctors do not have official LEGO mini. I know that, what is it? 11 and 12 do, because they came with the TARDIS set. But I don't think any of the other ones have official LEGO minifigures, despite being in Dimensions.
Yeah, just because it is a unique mechanic. When he dies, he cycles through one of the older ones.
I mean, it's a way for them to not have to come up with their own new character. Also turned out to be a thing that happened in the actual show. Hence, yet another David Tennant Doctor out there.
Well, to be fair, that was bound to happen since he's the most popular of modern Doctors.
Yeah, but like, there's how many of them? How many of him now? Like 2 of him out there? Because you've still got the one that was part of the.
He's 10 and 14, yeah.
No. Well, technically he's 10, 11, and 14. Or 10, 11, and 15 because he died and regenerated into himself using the hand. But
yeah.
That Metacrisis, like, you've got the Dr. Donna Metacrisis version of him, which is, I think, fully human, and then he bi-generated into Ncuti Gatwa. So there's a human David Tennant Doctor out there, and there's a Dr. David Tennant Doctor out there. Even if the main Doctor is no longer David Tennant. Every time he shows up, he just makes more of himself.
Yeah. I'm glad they finally broke the color barrier on the Doctor, speaking of. Like, after the gender barrier, it just seemed natural, you know?
I mean, it almost should have happened sooner, but whatever.
Yeah. I'm just glad they finally took that plunge, regardless.
I will be honest, though, I did stop watching Doctor. I'm aware of what's happening in the franchise, but I did stop watching somewhere during Capaldi's run. It just... I did not really... Like, he had 2 really, really, really fantastic seasons.
And then the third one was just weird, yeah.
And then his third one was just not so good.
And that was the start of the decline, because the 13th Doctor was, like, derided writing-wise.
I tried to watch a little bit of the Whittaker era, and then I just gave up.
Yeah, That's part of why they brought back David Tennant for the anniversary specials, is because they fired all the writers that made Whitaker's era bad.
Yeah.
And a lot of people acknowledge that Whitaker, if given a better hand, could have been a good doctor.
Probably. Look,
That's the issue.
If Capaldi proved anything, it's that even some of the best actors out there, and he had some fantastic moments as the Doctor, like absolutely fantastic. I think Flatline is one of my favorite episodes, but his, what was it, his first or his second season finale with the Cybermen? I think that was his first season finale. Was it Heaven Sent and Hell Bent?
Anyways.
I don't, but like, where he, the I am an idiot with a box and a screwdriver. That was one of the, but like, even the best can do basically nothing if the hand they're dealt is shit.
Yeah, another good example being the Star Wars sequels, because I don't think anyone calls the acting themselves bad. It's just like the hand they were dealt.
Yeah, if the writing is bad, there really isn't much you can do.
Because like even the new actors they brought in, the new blood, were acting pretty well. They just couldn't have a good written moment to save their lives.
And it's not their fault. This is, I mean,
Yeah.
Among other things, it's one of the reasons why I won't criticize the actors as much as I'll criticize the writers.
Pretty much. That's
Like,
what I do these days anyways.
There's only so much you can do if you're given a trash story. And if you are given a trash story, you're probably less inclined to give it your all anyway.
And if you do give it your all, chances are you'll either steal the show or salvage it, or won't do much to salvage it at all. No, in between.
It probably won't do much to salvage anything. Because the show...
Yeah, but like sometimes it can, you know.
Maybe.
It's just a rarity.
Yeah.
But like, it reminds me of how I remember one time there was, my brother and I were talking about like famous actors who go against their type here and there. Because like, for example, Patrick Stewart playing a villain, there's no way in hell you can convince me that whatever movie he'll play a villain in will be Patrick Stewart, because he's fucking Picard!
And Charles Xavier.
Pulls it off. Yeah, and Professor Xavier.
Man,
yeah,
this is the third tour chick I've run into.
What?
I'm actually commenting on the game. I've run into 3 tour chicks in Rustling Grass, 3 or 4 Tie Rogues in Rustling Grass, still only the 1 Tepig which had Blaze, not adaptability. I am infuriated. But anyway.
I just realized it's been 2 minutes past when my game unlocked, but I've been having fun chatting, so...
No, I'm glad you have been. The other thing I would like, David Tennant is someone who can just as easily play a good guy, i.e. the Doctor, and a bad guy like Barty Crouch Jr. Like, his depiction of Barty Crouch Jr. is disturbing but also magnificent. Yeah. But you actually really get to see him shine as a villain as Kilgrave in Jessica Jones. Oh my god, he is fucking psychotic, and I love it.
Versus like, funny enough, the new Tron film, I feel like it's one of Jared Leto's better roles, just because he actually was playing a character that was built for him, and that Ares is meant to be a borderline creep who's learning about humanity as he goes. So when you make a character as wooden instead as Jared Leto's acting in universe, it makes it better for Jared Leto to play, you know.
Mm-hmm. You were mentioning that, actually. I think you mentioned that one of the last times you were in VC with me.
Yeah. Because, like, normally I wouldn't trust Jared Leto to do a good acting role, but in that case, he did somehow.
Look, if you give someone something to work... I mean, first of all, everybody has a good day.
Exactly.
But second of all, if you actually give someone a good story and a well-thought-out role to play, I think most people who are professionals can work with it and bring it to life.
Jared Leto actually wrote the script himself because he was co-producer, it was his deep pockets that allowed Tron to come back in the first place.
So in that case,
Bond,
he probably wrote the character specifically to his own, which is perfectly and 100% fair.
Exactly, and the movie bombed, but his deep pockets means it might actually continue if he can convince Disney to. Just because he's got that sway in Hollywood that he could probably convince Disney to make a fourth one, you know.
Jolly Nature Adaptability Tepig. Welcome to the Team Baconator.
Holy shit. That's awesome. But yeah, like, shoutouts to also the ending of the film set up a potential sequel that would combine all three films.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, Jared Leto's character Ares is looking to look for Sam Flynn and Cora, as Cora's the only other program to become fully human. And at the same time, the main villain of the film, which is Dillinger's grandson from the first film, is becoming second Sark. So, like, they're basically gonna combine everything if they ever get a fourth film.
If they do.
Again, it depends on if Jared Leto can sway Disney, because that film bombed hard.
Yeah, well. And there's the fourth Torchic. Two of which have been female. It was ridiculous. I don't need to catch it. I'm gonna heal with the nurse, and then we're gonna keep on going on this route for like the next 10 minutes or so. Alright, I will say, I have not quite gotten to where I had been in this game previously, but I think I've made a good amount of progress in the game today, and I'll make a little more. I will.
I thought you were gonna go to midnight like always.
No, 11:30.
Gotcha.
Oh, Krogunk. That's something I hadn't even found on this route last time.
Are you gonna stay in voice call all day again? Because there's one time I saw you in voice call for like a full day afterwards.
Yeah, hopefully not. I occasionally make mistakes. I know, it's difficult to believe that someone as near perfect as me makes a mistake. No, Dawning had a good response to me saying that this past Monday. She's like, if you're claiming that you're always, that you're perfect and always right, what do you say when your wife disagrees?
Yeah.
And you know what I said to Dawning? I say to her, yes, ma'am.
That's a very you response.
It really is. You also missed, okay, it wasn't an interaction in stream earlier, but much earlier in the stream when I was attempting to catch an Abra, I said, oh look, I found a bra.
Oh no.
And then, I don't remember if it was Sam or Anatros or Normans, but one of them said something about, yes, but can you dab a bra? Referring to Kadabra.
God.
And then Anatros asked, well, what would his wife think if it... So I actually took a quick break and asked her. You know, I said, Twitch chat wants to know, what do you think about me dabbing in a bra? And she said, you're all fucking crazy. And then she said, you're a bad influence on Twitch chat. And then she gave me a bra and said, do it. I love her so
God.
much. I love her so much.
And then there's... But then there's also...
Also what?
I forgot what I was gonna say. I got absorbed in the game now.
Oh, it happens. If you want to duck out because you want to play the game, that's fine, but I do appreciate you keeping me company now.
Nah, I'm gonna do it. But yeah, like... Inside the... There was another thing I wanted to say, I forgot.
Look, it happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
It really does. But alrighty. Just as a reminder to the people at home, Pig Knight and Embor are not firefighting in this game. They are fighting, or they are fire ground, which I think is a better type for them. Cyndaquil, that's the fire starter that I'm missing, because I got Torchic, I got Charmander, I got Chimchar, and then obviously I've got Tap-Pig. I completely missed what attack that Machop just used. I'm confused. Does Machop have that lowers your special attack? I sincerely do not know. Metatite! Have not caught one of those yet. Of course it's detecting. These things happen. I battled all the trainers on Route 3. Ooh. That put me on a clock. But the burn will help with catch rate. There we go. Can I catch 8 more Pokemon before ending stream today?
Who knows?
I certainly don't. I mean, there's plenty of Pokemon in the grass around here that I know I have. Like, there's still Slackoth, there's Bert and Ernie. No, I
Bert
just...
and Ernie, is that what you call sock and throw?
Someone, I want to say it was Norman's, called them that last week. So yes, that is what we call sock and throw, Bert and Ernie. And to be fair, the analogy... Yeah. Though the nicknames they got last week were Mango, and because we couldn't decide between banana and pineapple for the other one, it just became Pine Banana. We invented a new fruit.
Oh. Pine Banana.
Yeah. New
I mean,
fruit.
that's just like the story of how the banana became what it is today, remember?
Yeah, it's a Pine Banana now. What we have now is the actual Pine Banana, not the original banana. Don't you all
That's what I'm
forget that.
saying.
Yeah.
Just like it was... Belotro taught me this, which is a fun game, but like, basically we had two different kinds of bananas, Gros Michel and the current banana we have today, which I can't remember. Gros Michel went extinct in the 50s, but its taste still lingers in like banana flavored candy.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why it tastes so different than modern bananas. You know.
Makes some sense.
Because they were basing that off the old taste of bananas, which tasted better, supposedly.
Yeah, but they're gone now, so who actually remembers?
That's why the banana candy still exists, though.
That's gonna hurt. Can I endeavor? Endeavor, and ever, and ever, and ever. That's gonna KO. Never underestimate the Dunsparce. This was a lesson I learned in Crystal.
Yeah. And Gen 9 for that matter, because the Dunsparce exists.
Oh my god, can I just say, the Dunsparce is like the perfect evolution of Dunsparce.
It is.
Like, a lot of people wanted it to be serious. No, it was never going to be serious.
It's Dunsparce! What do you expect?
Right! But it's good! Like, the Dunsparce is a very usable Pokemon.
It's got the same energy as Mega Starmie.
Oh my god, don't talk to me about that thing. Yes, I know what it is, even though I have not played and will not play Z-A. I have seen the all of the Mega Evolutions from the new game.
It's so hilarious in its movements and stuff
the main
that I
game.
can't help but love it.
Okay, but it's... Can we basically say that it's the Patrick Star with, like, stocking... or, like, fishnet stocking legs meme?
It is.
Which did not need to be made into a Pokemon.
But it's so funny. I love it. Like, all the memes sprouting from it are hilarious. Plus, I like ZA more than Legends Arceus. The only thing I'll do Legends Arceus is the boss fighting better.
I really like Legends Arceus.
I like ZA a lot more. I hated Legends Arceus, personally. The boss fights were better in Legends Arceus, I'll give it that.
Hilariously,
I like
the boss fights are what I hate the most about Legends Arceus.
Interesting.
Well, I was not a big fan of them.
I was. So ZA's being more tedious than anything was not for me.
Oh, I don't like tedious bosses. Yeah, that would be problematic.
But like, because you can only really damage them if you're either over leveled, use Mega Evolution, or use a thing called Plus Moves, which requires you charging up your Mega, which really requires you using your Mega Evolution charge. To
tedious bosses, like raid battles, are tedious as hell, and I don't like that. Like the higher level raid battles. I like it
more in Gen 8, honestly.
Gen 9 has one advantage. Actually, a couple of advantages, but it's basically like the advantages that you have in Gen 9 are if you're a stupid like me and have no friends to play with. The AI actually is more helpful. You don't end up with crap like Martin's Solrock doing nothing to help you the whole time. And AI KOs.
I just prefer Gen 8 raids for more than a few reasons. It makes it feel more like a standard JRPG boss fight.
Well, the other thing that I'm going to say is AI getting KO'd doesn't count towards reducing the timer, which is incredibly
It actually kind of does, it's not as much.
I mean, they're out for a turn, but, like, it doesn't reduce the clock, or it does, like... Whereas when the AI does stupid crap in Gen 8, and they think, like, that counts as one of the 4 allowable KOs that you have.
Yeah. But, like, that's why you always play with friends in Gen 8.
This assumes that you have friends.
I prefer Gen 8 raids mechanically, is my point, though.
Oh, I get it. I do. My biggest problem is, by the time I got into Sword and Shield, it was 2020.
Yeah. But that being said, Gen 8... Gen 8 still has some players, actually.
Mainly I'm sure it does.
Mainly when, like, popular streamers do. Mainly when, like, popular streamers do massive raid adventures.
Yeah, because that's still a way to get shiny legend, like, because we don't have a Gen 9 analogous thing. For some stupid reason, the Pokemon that you can get from Snacksworth are not able to be shiny.
And it sucks, because this is the only way you can get shiny Zygarde or shiny Zygarde or, like, shiny Ultra Beast.
I mean, where's my shiny Spectrier?
You actually can get shiny new Regis, it just is at full odds.
In which game?
Spectrier is locked, but the new Regis are not. They're just at full odds for some reason.
I don't like the new Regis. They were not necessary.
I like them. A lot of people use Regis like in competitive anyways.
Well, someone kept mentioning, I think it was Tatsumi kept mentioning competitive whatever when I was streaming on Sunday. I don't do competitive Pokemon. Never have, probably never will. I don't do it either, but I still
keep up with it here and there because I like watching it.
Fair enough, and I get it. Like, there is something to be said for watching people who are really good at doing something do that thing.
That's why speedrunning and esports are popular.
Sure. Alright, so I have confirmed that my catch count is 63. And I updated it.
SMH, you need 6 more.
Yeah, well, we're already 6 minutes past where I should be to end the stream for the day. And on Monday, my wife ended up coming downstairs shortly after my stream and telling me, "Go to bed, you moron." There's
Probably
a
used
reason.
a harsher word.
Well, no, she actually said it nicer. She's nicer to me than I am to me.
Fair enough. In any case, see you later then, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's about time for me to wrap up for the day, although I did happen to run into a timber, which I haven't caught yet. So I'll Ember, we'll see if I can... Although I think I'm just about out of Pokeballs too, which is a problem. If I can catch this timber, great. If I can't, it'll be more XP.
No skin off your back.
Yeah. I mean, I will have to catch everything at some point, but that point does not have to be immediately. Well...
Yeah.
Okay, it died to a burn just before it was about to unleash a massive bite. However, Baconator did grow to level 17 in the process, and that means we get an evolution, so I get my 64th Pokemon anyway. Hooray for Nintendo
64. Jinx.
Yes. No, Jinx is not my 64th Pokemon, it's Pignite.
You know what I meant by that.
Yes, I do. Doesn't mean I can't be a pain in the neck about it.
Fair.
And we're learning Magnitude. I'll get rid of Odor Sleuth for that. And I think, healing up with the nurse once more, we are going to end things off for the day here. So again, we're not quite back to where I was after my previous save file, but we've got the national dex now, we've got the Liberty ticket now, so we are in much, much, much better shape than I was at that point in time, so literally a week ago. Time to do some outro stuff. If you only caught part of today's stream, you can catch the whole thing over on my YouTube channel over there. If you are watching this on YouTube and you want to see me live on Twitch, you can find my Twitch channel over there. I normally go live Monday evenings and Wednesday evenings at 7:30 p.m. U.S. Central Time. Next week, I will be sticking to that schedule. Monday night is Ace Attorney 4, and Wednesday night will be more Blaze Black, where I will hopefully not only catch up to where I had been in my stream, in my previous save file, but also get a little bit past that. However, the following week, actually, like after next week, I will be taking at least 2 weeks off for streaming, or from streaming, as I will be in Japan and then Los Angeles. What are
you doing in LA?
Detour to US Company HQ. We've got a sales meeting there. I want to say December 11th and 12th.
Gotcha.
So originally they were saying, well, you can just fly from Japan back to Chicago, and then like a day later fly out to LA, and my boss and I are like, fuck no, that makes no sense.
No, it doesn't.
So I'll be away from home for about 2+ weeks, which kind of sucks because my wife's going to be gone starting Tuesday morning, and before she gets back, I will be gone, so it's a little sad, but such is life. But yeah, maybe, well, I will probably be streaming again after next week, starting December 15th. I'm not sure if I'll be recovered from jet lag by the time, or at least just plain old fatigue by December 14th. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know when the next time you'll catch me on Bulbagarden's channel is, but it'll be there when that is. I did finish up Pokemon Crystal this past Sunday. I will not be streaming there this upcoming Sunday because I need a break, and there's still some last-minute things that I need to do before my trip to Tokyo, and I don't feel like starting a brand new series and then taking 2 to 3 weeks off immediately. However, my next series on Bulba Garden will be Ultra Sun, and it is going to be absolute chaos and bullshit, because I'm basically letting RNG dictate my team. Alright. Even without me streaming on Bulba Garden, by the way, you can catch other fantastic streamers there, such as the Caps fan, Abby, Mochi, and Dawning Winds, who all do streams there throughout the week. I believe that's going to do it for me for today, so, as always, I am Maniacal Engineer, and I'm never going to give you up, never going to let you down. Thank you all for watching. MCH, thank you for keeping me company. And God bless this mess.
That reminds me of me. I'm thinking of a plot. Do you need any people in the streaming category still?